to be nice. I think,
Can you hear Josh in the
and the job
background or no?
market's strong. I could get a job whenever. It's a very strong job
Okay,
market.
let me lower it.
And honestly, I
You
think
still here?
it's not even like there's a big, it's in proportionate balance of the benefits, honestly. So I'm just
'Cause then
saying.
you know what happens.
So I feel you, man. Like I said, this is probably this talk. It's reminding me of old days where I have people emailing me now about like, hey, like, Josh, what is a wise decision I should do now? And I promise you, I wasn't getting those emails for the last like 9 months or last year, really. It didn't even. I haven't got email, and I've gotten maybe like 5 to 8 of them just in the last couple of days. So I'm gonna get back to a lot of you guys on it, but I hope a lot of you guys are listening here. The best thing you could do is not change your strategy too much, but find a budget right now and set up a plan, and you're gonna realize what it is. But a lot of people don't realize, like. Again, I mean, this is something, and I know a lot of you could stand by this, especially if you've been watching for a while. From 2019, when we started the long term, we never said that, this isn't something, this is where a lot of people get mad at me about it, because I've never said this is going to be like a career or a job in the way to like trade more or less. One thing we've always advocated is long term plus a source of income. Bro, you could trade. You'd be surprised what you could do while working. This is even why we even got stream alerts and other stuff where people can make the most of their time. But with that being said now, it's like you're seeing how all of this is going down. All I'm trying to say, one of the easiest ways in and out, and where I'm saying where it's like, okay, if you're feeling any pressure, you had good money. I don't know if this scenario applies to all of you. Does anyone relate to this? Where literally you were making good money in 2021, and you were making money, and then that literally you were pretty much living off of your trading.
375.
Yes or no? Right? I think where some people were literally just taking money out of their account, and then they slowly started living off the trading account. Then they started pulling out the long term once the trading got a little bit weird. Right? It got a little bit weird. Then you go to the long term, and then the long term suffers a victim to correlation, and then everything now, literally almost every asset in the world declines, and then it comes back down. And then now you're like, oh, okay, this feels a little different, right?
Like 10 years.
So this is what I'm saying. You don't have to stop. I know maybe you want someone to tell you stop. Honestly, that's one thing I've noticed too. I feel like some of y'all are waiting for somebody to tell you stop. And I don't know if you need that, or I don't know if you need, I don't think that's good, because I think you need to decide what you want. But I'll tell you this right now, any sort of temporary or shorter term income source is going to relieve a big portion of that pressure. That's it. Because that's what we've always said from day one. That's why when I hate this situation. I hate answering this question.
Like having him
I don't like, I wish it was better for a lot of people. I really do. And that's where I'm saying it's like, damn, this one's a hard one
say, even if you don't trade,
to answer
you still learn.
For a lot of people. But I'm not telling you to stop. I'm not telling you to give up. I'm not telling you to quit. I'm just saying a lot of people, if you go from relying on a variable income, right, and your income is variable with trading, or you're at the mercy of whatever else it is, any sort of smaller time, part-time job, Uber, DoorDash, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you got to be looking at, and that could just give you pressure. You'd be surprised what one paycheck could do to relieve any amount of pressure. I don't know. Does anybody remember that? I think I gave a philo on it. I gave a philo called Get the Check, and we've said it, how one check, I've given a philo on this concept years ago. So that's what I'm saying. Don't really trip out about it too much if that's your situation, and just, this is how you learn to work the well when the water is low. Find a way to stay alive and do it, but you're gonna have to be realistic on it and go from there. And it's already a difficult situation. Again, from trying to explain this to people to even handling it yourself.
Yeah, no crap. Yeah. And then Tesla right here also looks like ABCD.
SPY drop. Back to VWAP.
The whole market looks to be an ABC pattern.
Powell. No, we're going to hear from him. I think we hear from Bostic at 12. So in 2 hours. And I'd watch VWAP right here. Brought to you by Tesla. Save for the long term. Part-time job. Brought to you by Tesla.
Bro, I wish I could stream
Charge
like
while you work.
You know what I mean?
You said Biden live. Bro, do you know how many people were confused by yesterday's Biden speech? I think even CNN was making fun of him. And that's how you know. Because even then, CNN is his friend. But even they were talking smack about it, bro. But I thought about it because they were saying with what he was saying with inflation. Oh my gosh, bro. They were saying it's like, but y'all remember what I told you? Oh! Whoa,
15 minutes?
Oh, I just got blown away. Ladies and gentlemen, the Peach. Bradley Frizzle in the Peach. 7:11 a.m. on May 11th, 2022. Wow, the CPI came in hot. But so did the Peach, baby. Oh, no, my gosh. That's an official one. Yeah. Oh, no. That's official. Oh, yeah, that's a real one. That's a real one. That's all organic, everything, bro. Oh, my goodness. Spy coming down to VWAP
this volume, but
you
it's
just
mixed
got
volume.
the Peach.
It's
That's
both,
amazing. We still
buying
alive.
and selling
The game
pressure.
continue.
But it's slowly dying off.
Amen. But didn't I tell you guys? I don't want to be political with this because I just thought it was a funny joke, and I remember saying this
it's slowly dying off.
a couple years ago. And after watching some of the reactions to the inflation speech yesterday, okay, you remember when I told you? I told you Biden is a pimp.
Bro, there's barely any people
Some
in
of
the
y'all took it wrong. Some of y'all got aggressive with it, but I just said, I know how a pimp operates. His speech, he is a pimp. Okay? Where he can just get up there and say anything that make no sense, and people just rock with it. Bro, where he went up there, he was like, we're going to spend more money. We're going to spend $2 trillion, then spend less than $2 trillion the next one, and we're going to lower the deficit and put a bunch of money to lower the inflation. We're going to get this back, baby. Let's go. Build back better. Let's go.
Here, I'm posted on the YouTube chat.
And everyone's like, what? That made no sense.
It's literally on Friday. Time flies.
So that's what that was my flashback of yesterday. But again, inflation is one of the biggest issues now.
How to enter the giveaway.
If I'm never plant, if he waits for perfection, PNC, baby, tell him. Diamonds. Donk.
There we go. There we go.
Apple Week. Let me get Amazon. Everything kind of. We're above VWAP, though. I like it, but all it takes is one drop here. The volatility could pick up. Like I said here, people were asking what I felt about it, but I just said give it some time. It's been less than an hour, so I hope you're having fun today. I know we got a lot of things happening, but it's been less than an hour, so just watch for these moves, and they will be big. Let me see if I could get the thing.
Honestly, this is kind of good, bro. Believe it or not, because we're actually building a lot of support here.
Bro, that quote has been saying about life either pushing you to be great or quit has stuck so hard
the
lately.
more we consolidate
amen,
here,
bro. I feel same.
the more of a key level this area becomes.
Same. I feel you, man. I feel you. God is good, bro.
So it's gonna be.
God. I feel like that's the nature of the Lord sometimes. Oh my God, bro. This was the biggest CPI reaction on the 30-minute ever.
The longer we stay in this level here, the higher the confluence will be. So the harder it is going to be to break in the future.
Yeah, bro. At one point we were up 1.2. What? That's crazy, actually. CPI came in bad. Honestly, like literally what I explained on the watch list yesterday, where I was like, if this happens, it's bad. If this happens, it's bad. It all happened. And it was all bad. And then we gapped up in the morning just because people were optimistic about it. And then the shit just plummeted. So, and then, open lower,
700 is
much lower, but it was just, everything was bad. The month over month went up. The year over year went up. The core went up. The real average earnings just plummeted and went lower for I think the 13th month in a row. Stay in the game, Chad. Said it love to all of you. Let's go. Stay alive, baby. Benny
And
from the
way it works
Bronx.
is when you
God
win,
bless you, Benny,
I
and
just
thank you
DM
for all the support, man, over the
Just
years.
send me your address.
Showing love, especially even now, baby. God bless.
Obviously,
Oh,
it's totally safe.
nah.
And then I'll send you the monitor, and then I just cash up you the 200.
Red box. About to get spicy. The wages,
How
they
about
came
spot
down, which
later?
was good for
Brad, if
inflation,
we
but then it was
reject this
negative for the
ABCD
consumer
pattern,
because real wages dropped again.
then spot
Real
puts
wages have
actually
been on a
very juicy.
13-month consecutive decline.
But even all of pre-market,
BA
we were
pop
just chopping
in.
around
Yeah, wheat's at 11.10.
404 to
Airbnb is strong, 119.
394. That $10.
What about
move right there.
119 is strong?
So we just been chopping around that whole area. So
should
say
be a
you get puts
190.
right now.
It's
Like, let's say you get puts.
stock.
Your premium's gonna decay while SPY keeps chopping because more than likely it's gonna keep going. The only way it puts makes
If
sense is a
Airbnb
break of
isn't
a
a
key
price, Airbnb should be at a price that I can't bench. That's what I believe in. That's why I keep buying.
Are you gonna ever get
Okay?
into Airbnb?
Anything
Hades?
below 225 is bullshit. Okay, that's it. That is my stock analysis for this.
Oh yeah. Nice.
You see the Luna? Yeah, that one's just a mess. That one's like one of the fastest like depegging
is it down right now?
stablecoin
Yeah.
things. Because usually it took years for that to happen.
Because Airbnb is like at $100.
Bro, science for the win.
Right now it's a good time
it's
because
good. I mean, it
Airbnb is
makes
gonna be
sense.
like
It makes
500
sense.
in the next 10 years.
Less headaches, save money, long-term rentals. I think it just depends
So
where
right
you
now
are
is actually a good time to
and
buy.
what you're willing to do. I mean, my Airbnbs, I like it. You know, I have the one Airbnb that's actually like killing it, the cabin one.
I
It's
don't know why,
like
but I feel like Josh
is
just watching my stream.
I
bro,
could
and
rent
he's
that
showing
out
me
for
cool
like
shit.
maybe $2 or $3 grand a month, but what it brings in on Airbnb is just crazy. Luna reminds me of the Squid Coin, yeah, but it shouldn't be like
My what?
shit wasn't called Squid Coin, you know.
Oh yeah, Airbnb's
But
hella
it's
low.
a
I'll
bad,
probably buy it
bad
if it
for,
comes
to
down.
lose a fix that
I'll probably buy it if it comes
fast.
down to
That's why I've
70.
never liked any of this shit. Like when it comes down to it, that's why I've always been sketchy about anything. But even then, the crypto market is just getting absolutely mollywopped at this point.
Bro, that's a funny ass.
Apple, all you need to
That's a
know
funny
about
ass
this
picture.
rally. It's not reacting.
Let me show you.
I feel you, and it's down 0.8. I feel you.
Yeah, this is like the
Airbnb.
this is like
If
the
you look
key
at
area
CPI,
right
what was impacted the most
from
was travel.
394 to
100%, and I think they'll
404.
benefit off the long end from it. Again, every
Like,
single
if it-
time
if
from
it
the
can-
last
if
CPI
SPY can
from
break
before the earnings
405,
till
bro,
not,
like
the
to the
whole
upside?
bro since February, the data for travel
actually
in all of
super-
these earnings
super
companies, it's a
bullish.
joke. They've hit it. Like it's been good, and I think that is what's going to be
But
the
more
thing
likely it won't.
here in the future. So we'll see though. Well, I don't even care. Like if it's not, I mean, like I already went over my analysis yesterday with Airbnb. You know, you got good data, and I'm gonna take it. I'm about to post our new Airbnb I personally designed. Let's go, Christina. Let me know if you need any assistance. Like I've said, I love giving the
Hey,
advice
crypto had
for
a
it. The
flash
one
crash
thing I'll tell you
overnight, too.
is get the multiple sets of sheets and the
Bitcoin down
multiple
10%
sets of
overnight.
towels, all white too.
I'm just saying,
So
I'm
it's
just
like
saying,
a
bro. If
hotel,
Bitcoin
but then
comes
that
down
way,
back to
so it's
10K,
easier
I'm
on
gonna
your
buy a
cleaners
lot.
and fasters. Get 4 different
Like,
versions
actually.
of white bed sheets. Leave them in the closets.
Like, I
When
actually
one
buy a
guest
lot.
leave, you tell the cleaners to take the old sheets with them home and wash them, and boom, fresh
Bro,
sheet
I don't
right
know if
there.
it'll come back
Oh
down that
man,
low.
that trick right there. Oh, changed my life with Airbnb.
Like, let's say Ethereum
Changed
came
my
down
life and my
500, would you buy a
cleaner's
lot?
life. Mm-hmm. Fed futures are still pretty down. Still at like the 2.75. And the market has pretty much caught up with it if you guys haven't noticed. So remember how I was telling you that the Fed futures were a leading indicator? It was.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna.
It's caught up now.
It's just following
Again, Fed,
the U.S.
SPY, and
stock
bonds
market.
have effectively caught up right now. Getting 7 figs on Airbnb this year. Congratulations, Eli. I love it. I love it, man. It's good to see you too, man. It's been a couple of years. I like it. I like it. You go on cars. You go on Airbnb. Let's go, baby. Amen. Email when I
The
have
lowest could
Please, I would
be
love to see it. I will
24.5K off the
steal your
Bitcoin
design
for
if it's
Bitcoin.
good.
Yeah, definitely.
This is fun though.
Definitely go
Airbnb, man.
very
It's a
low.
fun time. Fun time. Until it's not. AKA the stock. Scammers. Roblo's 18. 2 sets in our own.
You can't,
you know it.
right
You
now
know
just
it.
at the stock
Get
market,
sound decibel monitors. So then that way if people
you
party,
either have
you
to
can get a text message anytime the sound gets too high.
you have to. It's a good time to start your long term right now.
Cameras. Put
'Cause
like hair
everything's very
shit so that
cheap.
they don't clog shit in the sinks. I wish you could stop it. I don't know. I didn't know how to prevent the one dude from trying to flush a screwdriver down my toilet though. That one I did not have any sort of
Like,
preventative measure.
Let's say you have 10,000 to start long term. Like, don't do all 10K.
Pretty chill day. We're going up.
Don't put in all 10K. But you can put 5K.
401.
Buy stocks
A lot
right
of
now
names.
at
Yeah,
5K
Roblo
and then
is up
just have 5K
20%.
cash. And just
Good for
average
you,
down
Roblo. Good for you.
if the market keeps coming lower.
Strainer for the toilet. Do they have it? Because it just, bro, the guy tried to flush
Just do like
it with a
recurring,
screwdriver.
like start with 5,000.
No lie. Apple's
And
coming
then
up
every
there, so if
single
that
week
goes up,
after
that'll be
that,
good.
add $200. So then you get a great
Do you
average
think we're priced in?
at lower
I
prices.
think there's a lot of things that can be priced in. To say the exact pricing, I don't know. So like the Fed futures are still at 2.7. I think that's wrong. I think if the Fed keeps hiking double rate hikes, that's not priced in technically. But I think peak hawkishness is here because there's so many things you can possibly price in. But to have it, on the dot, yeah, this is fully priced in. No, we have to go from here. Hard to say, but the market has everything now. There's a lot to take in now. We've gotten the earnings. We're wrapping up. And now we have Powell in about 3 weeks, so we're going to see. You sell the Airbnb? No, I'm down on them, on the bigger ones, and I bought a... Oh, bro, Tesla positive again. Fuck the stock market. I'm switching to Geico. You would save 10 to 15%. You know what I'm saying? Screw a dividend yield. Just switch to Geico. Boom. You got your instant 15%. Yeah, wheat's doing good. 403. Where were we? We were at 4. I think this is pre-market high. All right. CPI, we were at 403.95. 404.
All right, here we go. We're testing pre-market.
So again,
high.
we gapped up.
If we reject
CPI
here,
came out and we
we're
sold
definitely
off.
gonna come down very hard.
UWM main
to
at
pre-market
equal
low.
waiting by Morgan Stanley. Price target cut to 350. Yeah, I bought the MCL future. I'm
Bro,
down like
can't believe I used to
3,000
trade
on
at
it or something.
pre-market, like highs or lows.
I'm down
I didn't even know what it
1,600.
was.
So I was down a lot more yesterday, but oil shot up 5%.
It's like trading blindly.
That $20 play on Roblo is back. It is now. There you go. Let's go. It's a big move. I mean, if we get a big bounce, that could be good. They're trying to push it. Let's see. The Roblox $20 play back to normal. I mean, if you get a good rally, it'll go from there, but we'll see. A lot of things are taking off pretty heavy, though. That's what I'm kind of worried about. It's like those days, when things already are up like 7% in the first hour. It's like, is it going to keep up like this? Shorted, DraftKings on the high. MRO, MOS heading to 8%. NASDAQ will keep up. It's 0.5%, but SPY and Dow are the ones leading. Josh, you rule. On, you rule, man. Why y'all being so nice today? I love you. God bless you. Look at what a little optimism could do. Nah. TBKX. I didn't make a TBKX. We pull up the heat map. I can tell you every industry is green right now. No, it's not bad. It looks like enormous. More green than not. It's really like big tech that's red, but most industries than not today are in the green. The only thing red is like technology, hardware, and equipment, but actual tech is up. Tech is only up 0.18 though. So tech is actually at risk of going negative here. I think that's what even Graham was saying with like, take a look at Apple. It says a lot about the rally because tech is about to be tech is only up 0.13 right here. People were expecting it to be bad. No, people were expecting it to be good. That's why I'm shocked. That's why I think this reaction was justified to like immediately knee-jerk reaction, sell that shit. But I'm surprised it came back up this early. I would have expected this later in the day, but I think it would. I think it could have been better. Like, I think it could have waited a little bit more. So, that being said, I think we have way more volatility in store for today. Or at the very least, end of the day, we'll get the real big move. And then from there, it starts to turn into, you know, the end of the day and then digestion into tomorrow. Coin is now warning bankruptcy. No, that was the CEO came on and said something today. They said that was because of a new SEC requirement that they had to disclose it, but they did not put that out because they were forecasting anything bad. It was scary, though, reading about it. Look at the bigger picture. I feel you. That's why, like, bigger picture-wise, I'm kind of just keeping in mind now, like, what are the next catalysts? So, realistically speaking, as earnings is wrapping up here, and then we've got past CPI, we've got past the Fed, the only thing next is going to be random Fed speakers, random energy, oil updates from the global tensions, and then other than that, it's just going to be all about Powell next month. So it's like, in a weird way, this may, if we could finally stabilize, we might be able to, you know, have a window up until then, if that makes sense. So you never know. This may just, until we have the next catalyst, is like, now we've got a lot of stuff, we're digesting it. What's going to be the next thing? If nothing new comes up, I mean, it might give us some room to start, you know, like running, or at least stop dying. PPI, they could affect it. Again, any economic data related to that. But obviously CPI is going to be the big one, or PPE, or PCE. Yeah, the Fed minutes too, but maybe it could give guidance, but I think by next June, that one will probably be more important, even for the minutes, as they unleash the balance sheet reduction. How do you feel about this? You're just starting to learn. I mean, right now the markets are very weird in terms. You have some people who love it, some people who hate it. I think it's a great opportunity, especially if you've never bought stocks before in your life. You could get a lot of the growth names for very, very cheap, but it really just depends on, I think, how prepared you are in terms of your balance, and if you know why you're getting in here to invest. Because at the very least, you've eliminated a lot of the, you know, anybody looking for quick money, they don't like the stock market anymore.
Yeah, bro, let's see his chart right now.
Everyone's like, you mother.
After breaking pre-market highs, though, then it looks like a good time for calls.
I'm waiting for I think it's gonna do good. I think as long we'll see where today is, as long as no new catalysts emerge. I mean, if we're able to actually really get the optimism from here, I think up until the next Powell, we may kind of ease off the pressure. I hope. Let's see, though. Just sell in May and go away, not apply. Oh, mother... Man. You see this shit, bro?
Sell in May, go away.
It's May 1st. They keep dropping it. They got a head start, bro. They got a head start. It's already sold. So that's what people are saying. It's like things are already sold. Maybe people sell more. We'll find out. Oil dropping. EIA crude rose 8.49 million. That's a lot. You're looking at puts here. They're compelling. I kind of want the UVXY since it hasn't broken out. It would be the cheapest, but I'm just going to wait. I think if anything, I want to wait for it to drop, but I don't know if it'll drop. But if it does drop, instead of buying a put and trying to make money on it, I would wait till it drops and then buy a call. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Don't you think it's an unhealthy market where the future of the stock market hinges on the Fed reversing course? No, it's very normal, actually. As uncommon as that sounds, but like this is why I've always followed the Fed. But like Fed policy dictating the market, that's like an age-old connection ever since. So it's unfortunate, and it could bring up a lot of other factors, but I don't think it's unhealthy. I think that's just the nature of how it is. Because back before the Fed, remember we were reading over the 18 whatever panic, and before like there was central banks, you know what used to happen in times like this? All of us would be broke right now, like everybody. You realize that, right? If it was like an unhealthy market, or if there was no like Fed backstop or anything, and like if it wasn't how it was, that's what happens back then. The minute people got panicked and people ran for the banks, everybody would just go pull out all their money, sell whatever they could, and then stocks would just drop. Everything would drop, and then that fear wouldn't go away for years, and then it would slow growth for the next decade. It's actually pretty wild to think about.
Yeah, man.
How they used to operate economies back then.
Pure chop.
Good vibes and positivity to the chat. 420, baby. 420. Did you do that on purpose? You were like, there you go, baby. Is that what's up, son? Well, God bless you. Good vibes. Happy Wednesday? It's Wednesday. It's because of greed. The fear is the blow-off valve to slap people back into shape. I agree with you. I mean, we were talking about greed, but does anybody have any hindsight bias and looking back and like, wow, that's greed? Because it's like, wow, everybody was greedy. I knew it right when I was trying to buy a house in Austin, Texas. Mother effers.
What are you watching right now? Hades?
You say, yes, I quit my job because of greed? You were like, I don't want any more money. I quit.
Bro, I know I can't.
What do you mean? I quit my job because of greed. You should work on that sentence. Okay? That makes no sense.
I hear it. Can you hear me?
Be like, I don't know, man. I got so greedy. I was like, this salary, I don't know about it. Institutions should be banned from buying houses. So it would now be a bad time to tell you that a Goldman-backed group bought a $45 million neighborhood in Florida yesterday. Is this a bad time to tell you that? Probably.
500 to 1,000? Get up.
I know I'm greedy when my barber talks to me about the market, and then the guy comes, and then you just hype him up, bro. This guy, I'm telling you the difference. See, for me, that's what I was saying with the joke earlier, bro. I would tell people, I've been telling people the same thing for years, and they just always hated it. I'll be like, yeah, bro. I'll be like, just take like $200 a month and just put it in little by little. And they're like, what? What about AMC? What about GameStop? Anytime I would get in random conversations during 2021, and they'd be like, come on, man. I'll be like, buy real estate. And they would get mad. I'd be like, you heard of Abivi? They're like, nah. Have you heard of the EV? You know, like the charging ones. I'm like, and they would hate me. They thought I was so boring. You know that? In real life, I was so boring to anybody who asked me about stocks, because I would just be like, oh, like even my surgeon doctor. Oh, I hooked him up, though. When I got my surgery, remember? The guy, he was like, so what do you, he started asking me mad questions. He's like, what should I invest in? He's like, you don't think GameStop? I was like, no. Like, he was surprised I didn't talk. He asked me about GameStop because I didn't talk about it. And then I told him at the beginning of 2021, I said, just buy all the real estate. I said, trust me, buy all the real estate. You changing lives. I mean, if you guys listen, I mean, but it's been funny how the last couple years have played out, but especially like the like I'm saying, just like I think there was the greed is finally calming down, but back then it was like the stock market became the plug for like, yo, I want a quick bag. A lot of people got that mentality. And it's just crazy how it's all played out. If it doesn't hold, Bears will get to eat today. So yeah, I mean, we haven't had a good one. I think it's going to be volatile though. I don't think it's going to be easy. You got future billionaires in this stream, man. What do you? Oh, I know. Amen. Shout out to Chad. Am I up on my portfolios? No, not. I mean, at least not for this year. I mean, but even then, long term has gone negative. The Robinhood is like down at like 80 grand, which is wild to me. And then everything else has just been sitting there. The other account from last year, with after taking the bigger losses, been chilling, but it's not a good year over year. A year over year is hideous.
Okay, here you go.
The only thing, just anything I've held longer than the last 3 years, I still have a very nice gain. But other than that, it's an ugly moment. But that's why it's I do think, in the long term, he's going to make an epic comeback. And then all I need, the shares bit us in the ass. Like even on the Robinhood account, remember we made all that money from 2020 and we put it into some shares to hold it there. But now with all of the shares, getting a little bit of that deflation, it has not been pretty. My take on SPY, I mean, I think it'll be bullish. I thought it would go a little bit lower or stay a little bit lower. But I do believe that the thing is bad, though. The report was really, really bad. Gensler mentioned additional scrutiny on derivative. Most of your shares in Robinhood were free, right? Yeah, they were either free or like I just put like $5,000, like, out of the TLT money. Like, think about it. I bought a bunch of Abivai. I bought a bunch of Snapchat. Like, the Snapchat at one point, we had like $35,000 worth of Snapchat. It's only worth like $7,000, $10,000 right now. You see, it's like stuff like that. Again, like Asana, I had 10 grand of Asana. Now it's only worth $1,000. You know what I'm saying? Abivai did very well. But it's like stuff like that where that is where you start to get the killing of it. But that's the reason why I'm down with it, though, is like I just get to hold it. So it's still stuff I want to hold. Dustin needs to be fired, so the long term is also risky. It's not. I mean, I don't think so. For this to, when was the last time you dealt with this in the long term? I'll wait. You see, that's the nature of the stock market, is that most of the time things are good, but when it's something you deal with, it's bad. Most of the time you're like, oh my gosh, and it really sticks out. But it's like a lot of this, it's not. It's just, this is the first real drop you've seen on the long term, if you think about it. And again, we've been early on, it's dropped before as we were starting it, but you see what happens. But this isn't really, that's just the crazy part about it, where I'm not really tripping on it, but it's temporary event for the most part, depending on how you act. worse than COVID. I feel COVID was bad, like at the when it was really going down, but like I didn't care about it because I just thought I thought everyone was gonna die. You know what I'm saying? I was worried for my life. You know, I didn't care about the money. I was like, oh my gosh, look at the videos, look at what's happening. It's coming down. I said, oh my gosh, I need a gas mask. You know, like I was like worried. Like that's why like COVID, I didn't even care if this stock went down. Now it's like shit. I gotta stay alive through this one. There is no harm on this. I mean, this one is not like. Nah, bro, this ain't even like, nah, this is just like actuals, like stagflation, inflation, and that's it, man. This is bullshit. Ren on the downside. SPY coming up. Yeah, bro, I thought locusts were coming next, everything. That's crazy. And COVID at people in the beginning, yeah, 100%. I mean, even to this day, like fuck that. Some people still very scared of it.
You there,
There's a
Hades?
lot of opportunities. Again, I think it's very, 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 very simple. You what do we have here? It's very, very good.
ETA calls coming
You have
in.
opportunity. I don't think that, like I'm saying, this is the great. I think the great reset. We're coming closer to it. But it hasn't happened yet, and this is where that's where I think the opportunities are, because in the next few years, as this starts to, you know, as everything flushes through the system, as the market works itself out, we'll see what happens to real estate, what the government does, what happens to the price of food, energy, anything of that nature, right? It's just like, I think as that starts to play out, then we're going to see what's good. And that's where I think you might see the secondary transfer of wealth. I think what happened is there was one wealth transfer that people saw, and they're like, yeah, that's the great reset. But then I think it's like, it's kind of like a boomerang. I think where the wealth ends up, that will eventually be the real great big reset. Build out for the new world. Well, own assets. I'll just tell you that much. Do you see what I'm saying? Anybody, if you want to prepare for the future and you plan on doing it without owning something or being an owner, I don't think it's going to be a good plan. You see what I'm saying? And that's why the long term is still the greatest, baby. That's why we say the real estate, everything else is just very simple.
Testing
you know, be an owner.
ABCD completion looks like.
$403.65 hitting a high. Bostic is at 12. So hour 15 minutes you got fed Bostic. Or no. Is it Bullard or let me check. Why did Bostic keep speaking? I need to double check. I want it to be Bullard. No, Bostic again, but we've heard him 3 times. He may not move the market. This guy keep talking. Like, Bostic is really out there trying to get clout. Bostic. Bring it to the sky, Hobby. We here. Amen. And S&P is going to the high. I hope it stays there.
TSM calls
I need to go to the
in here,
bathroom. Follow me on
315,000.
Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
I
love you, Jack.
BTU
God
puts
bless you.
coming in
It
231,000.
doesn't, because we are doing this for the right reasons. We want to set up Livewire as a separate company with a separate management team that is able to capitalize on the strength that Harley brings to the table. So this is really helping overall to give LiveWire that freedom to operate while using the synergies with both companies. In addition to our strategic partner Kimco, that is also investing into this merged entity. So we believe this is the right thing to do. We're not doing this primarily to raise additional funds, but to really also tell our investors these are separate businesses, they have separate dynamics, separate brands, different product, and it makes more sense to spin off LiveWire to really give it the opportunity to grow very fast in comparison, to continuing to grow our business with Carly.
So for the full interview, go to cnbc.com. But David, I mean, you follow the SPAC market so closely, so I have a feeling you have thoughts on that reaction there, because obviously we've seen the pipeline dry up pretty considerably, and we are seeing these, for example, regulatory crackdowns from the SEC. But yet they're moving forward with this at Harley, and the SPAC they're looking to merge with is trading just below $10 a share right now.
Yeah, I mean, there are still going to be some deals that get done. Obviously, we're not going to see many SPACs, new SPACs underwritten. We haven't for some time, but there are plenty out there, as we pointed out so many times as well, Morgan, that are still looking to do their deals. So in this case, there's one that actually got their deal and are going to move forward with it. The structure makes sense for certain companies. I think what was clear from the period we've been through the last couple of years, and particularly when we were talking about it endlessly, year and a half ago, was it became adopted by everybody because suddenly they saw an opportunity to just make a lot of money off the backs of retail investors. But, I'll be curious to watch how this performs. As you well know, SPAC has become a dirty word, so we'll see how it performs in the secondary market, or in the aftermarket.
Yeah. In the meantime, I did also ask Zeitz about manufacturing synergies between EVs and...
SPAC has always been a dirty word. Man.
Oh shit. Alright, can't have him on the stream.
Wall Street.
Sorry guys, can't have him on the stream.
I know.
Gotta respect his decision.
Only SPAC. That and DraftKings. DraftKings I bought post-SPAC because I actually gambled in real life.
Can you hear him, bro?
SPACs.
Alright, good. I'm only gonna put like news up there and stuff. Alright, everything rejected pre-market highs.
FaZe Clan SPAC. Oh my gosh, I forgot they made one, huh? I did not sell the robocall. It came back down.
Lord. No, Roblox is trash.
CNBC freaking out. Kashkari speaking. I mean, we're doing good right now. It's 7:48, hour 15. But we're going to see what happens. I'm not playing Disney. I mean, the market's doing a little bit better today, but I did not get the vibes that we're going to get a good pre-earnings move on that. But it could be good. We will find out. TLT came back up. That's good. Again, the bond drop was big. If TLT goes green, that could be positive. It'll be 3 days now of the bond market actually chilling. He's the one hitting at inflation softening on CNBC. I did not invest in the Luna, nah. I haven't even bought back from when I sold out of the crypto yet. I was just waiting, and I was like, everything was getting crazy. And then I'm setting up the business account stuff for it. Coinbase is being weird. I'm making an institutional account with Coinbase so that we could do like bigger moves, save on fees, and then for the like tax benefits and all of that. But it's like I'm waiting on that, but now it's just gone down. But I haven't had anything else. I've still got my ETC, that's clapped, the Stellar, that's clapped, and that's pretty much it. And then I don't know if the only other update was that I got the ApeCoin too, but it's pretty much at like the same price, give or take. They're saying that bankruptcy would hold the coins. If anything, cold wallets or nothing. Yeah, I mean, at that, I think it's the SEC thing, but, that's always just been the age-old be cautious, especially if you hold a big amount on there, or at the very least, if you want to preserve it and you have the technical ability, get a cold wallet and do all that. Tepper probably called in his Powell favor on the text. He might have. That's where Tepper, back during 2010, I think 2010 or 2009, when there was a fat bounce, Tepper got a leak from somebody at the Fed and bought the dip heavy. People criticized him for it, and the guy on the Fed ended up getting in trouble. So if anybody would have a plug at the Fed, it would probably be Tepper, believe it or not. Tepper would definitely have that connect. But I don't know. Maybe the block is hot. Maybe he ain't going to do the same thing again. Snapchat, I think I got like 500 or 700 shares of Snapchat, I believe, between the accounts. Maybe working with them now, and they're like, yo, just tell everybody you covered the short. That they allow staking for assets, but if they go bankrupt, they could use it. I mean, don't get me started on the staking stuff. It's just like now you guys are kind of seeing it with these projects and all of that. And then as people are giving out these disclosures, but it's just like, that's the nature of crypto until give it a couple years, wait till DeFi becomes a little bit more stable and a lot of other things happen there. Otherwise, I mean, there's a reason why you're getting paid such a fat reward. That's all. It's just, high yield, high risk. David Tepper needs to worry about the Panthers. I feel you.
You know what sounds good right now,
I put
Hades?
a Panthers meme for you guys who didn't like him. I put that in the watch list for you because I thought that was funny how a lot of you guys reacted. There's some people were reacting to the market, and you're like, screw Tepper and the Panthers. He's messing up my Panthers. I do not have Chainlink, no. SPY coming down, VWAP, watch if we break. I mean, it looks like we're getting a little bit more momentum. TLT just hit a high and dropping. Apple is still down 1%, believe it or not. And, yeah, tech is now down 0.5%. NASDAQ is still down 0.32. And consumer discretionary is on the low. David Tepper, you remove the E's and R. It's David Tepper's PPT. I've never noticed that. That's crazy, bro.
Bro, I think I'm gonna go to Jen right now.
Long turn down, won't see me frown, baby. Amen.
You wanna go?
Amen. It'll hit better once it goes back up. You'll appreciate it differently too. That'll be the good one. Tarjay.
I don't know.
Consumer staples still going.
11:30. Never mind. Slackers, bro. Stay on 15 more minutes, bro. Just to see if it tests pre-market highs.
Man, this is normalizing things. That's what I'm saying. It's good. And the better this get, the more you could take this and make this normal and move forward, you'll be a part of the game. If you quit, do you see what I'm saying? It's like, I think that's the whole idea. If you're really invested, as far as the long term is concerned, I mean, this is
best
part
thing
of
to
the
do, in
game.
my
You're going to
opinion,
be
right
fine.
now, guys,
but
is
it's like,
buy
if
equity.
you quit, this is how it weeds things out. This is bringing things back to normal. That's it. Let this happen for a little bit longer. Who's going to be left?
Stock.
Anybody who actually is willing to hold stocks for a long time,
you could get Tesla shares for $7.80.
Are very finicky. So simple as that. They're not trying to take out the middle class. They're going to take out anybody who is over leveraged. If you try to go over leverage and buy stuff and not want to hold it and change your mind and go back and forth, that's who's going to get washed out with all of it. That's why I say it's like Powell is. This is normalizing. I think Powell knows any savvy investor, anybody truly investing for the long run, it doesn't matter, what 4 months, 5 months, 6 months of pain you deal with, you're probably not going to offload and run away, right? So that's where I'm saying it's like this is going to level out the playing field to a degree.
Bro.
I can't wait to tell my kids I watched red and green candles go up and down for half my life and lose money in the process. But look at you. How old are you, man? You know what I'm saying? It's just like you have it. The last time the markets did this, like you were literally watching the the baby sensory videos. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just doesn't. It's not going to play out like that. I mean, nobody. If you bought and held at any point and go by the decades, every 5-10 years, and you bought and held with a balanced strategy, you didn't lose any money. You actually made a fortune. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. I just think it's like the immature view that some people are taking, where I'm saying if you don't have market experience and you get freaked out by this, and then now it went from I could buy anything, diamond hands is gonna go to the moon, to now people are saying, oh my gosh, I'm just gonna spend my whole life here to get nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's just like what? It's just so it's a very wild flip if you think about it. But overall, I think this will help take the market back to normal to a degree. So it's very bittersweet, but everybody we have to deal with this. Why aren't people excited? I mean, I don't think it's I don't like watching people like get clapped and lose like that, and you can feel it all across the board. But I agree, you should have some. You should still be excited in the sense that's like, yo, you do have a good opportunity to buy some stuff, and after enough negativity, it's like, you know, the horizon is going to start showing itself very soon. Amen. Stocks go to the right owners in markets like this. Well, that's what's his name said. That's what Warren Buffett says. The stock market is the transfer of wealth from the impatient to the patient. Love how Josh is continuously picking up people's heads for the long term. It's because it's going to work. It is working. This is something I'm just more sad that, like, I wish I could have. I don't know if I did enough. It's like I wish people were more prepared for this, not in the sense of getting puts, not in the sense of profiting off of it, but it's like why didn't people, like, did everybody not know this was part of the game? Like, this is, we were all definitely going to face a moment at some point together, starting the long term, where we were going to have to deal with rough water. Did any of us really set out on this boat thinking that the weather was going to be smooth the whole time? You see what I'm saying? And that's where I think the thing is. But you should keep your head up. I mean, I would hate to see it, but at this point, I hope you know I'm not fighting for it. At this point, it's like if you are gonna let yourself get washed out right now and give up on the longer term and not really be able to see the bigger picture, not get your expectations in check, and you want to go and back out right now at this moment, it's not a good business decision at the end of the day. At least that's what I believe with it. Again, you got to manage your life. You guys know what's best for it. I can't control your decisions, right? It's like if I'm saying, yeah, it's a bad decision if you quit now, but this whole time, you know, you're gambling it all away. In that sense, like, yes, you can make option trades and gambles. We got different accounts for that. The long term, though, it's been the same process. That is the thing where I am not worried about options. I'm telling you, it's difficult. They're scamming right now. It is a tough game. The long term is easy. It's like it's actually very, very easy. It's just you have to bear with it and deal with it. So
I want him to be my friend.
That's up to you guys on that to make that decision. But this is where you have to, like, if you at least want to learn from this, this is what we have to start asking ourselves. And this is a very slippery slope because this could fuck you up sometimes.
Sorry, champs.
But you got to ask yourself,
can't listen.
Why do you want it? Why do you want to back out now? Rather than, why didn't you back out when it was paying hand over fist? How come 60% wasn't good enough?
If I can play
40, 30, whatever thing you hit in between and all of that. It's like, why wasn't that one good enough? And now, why is this? Do you see what I'm saying? That is a surplus to scarcity mindset. And now some people are like, they're like, when, you know, and that's what I'm saying. You could learn from this. You could grow as a human being, and you can learn how to manage money better. It's very simple. Why is it that, you know, when it was doing good, It's like, yo, I want more. I just like this is the age. You guys know this shit is like talked about in the Bible. Like I don't know. This is why I always like the Bible. This is as age old as a human being, bro.
I just want.
It's just
I
like
don't
why
have to
do
worry
we
about it, so
when
I'd
it's
rather
good
just
we
pay
don't
him.
want it, right? It's like you don't want it when it's up, but then when it's down,
Yeah,
all
man.
of like you're willing to walk away with way less than that. Like literally, if it was up and I said, hey. Yo, it's going. It's like the market's doing great. Your long term's good, and I'll be like, get a job. You would look at me crazy. And then now, without me even saying it, some people are like, oh, maybe I should get a job right now, or maybe I should get out of it. So it's a very interesting dynamic. But that's where I'm saying it's like, okay, and
Brad,
this is the slippery slope because now you don't want to turn into a bag holder. I hope you guys realize, I'm not trying to say, yo, take a losing strategy and take it to the, take it to the fucking grave and keep riding with it. And if you weren't gonna sell now, hold the line. That's not what I'm saying. I hope you guys realize that.
Look up to this guy.
And you know why? It's because the long term.
I've been watching him for 4 years.
Even then, it took the market. Finally, this whole time just for us to hit negative this week, right? But it's like the strategy works. We have history behind it. It's not like we're saying, oh, okay, go buy all growth and leverage. It's like, no, keep the balance, little by little. Go with names with, again, we need dividends for the reason of if anything happens, it could save us over the next 10 years.
I want him in the background.
It's a different approach, but be careful with that when you're going about thinking that way.
And we just do our own plays.
But
I just want him in the background.
You guys are paying attention to it. I wouldn't just get knocked out of the long term. If you feel weird about trading, you feel weird about the short term, totally fine. I could understand that. But like I've said from the beginning of this whole year, at anything that's happened, I've just constantly said it. Don't let these opportunities cheat you out of holding in the long term and becoming an owner. And right now, the opportunities, I mean, it's just
turn
this is where you want to be a buyer. And maybe you want to wait a little, buy it even lower. But
all right, just turn it off. Oh, SPY's coming down right here, bro. It's uptrend. Broke its uptrend right here, bro. Let's see if we can get some puts below the. What is that? 100 MA. Yeah, 100 MA. And then Amazon's down below VWAP, and then Tesla down below VWAP. Bro, what is this? You can't hear him, right? You can't? Alright, nice. You could? Oh my god.
buy Teledoc and get 50%. They say you come back to that.
It's because motherfucker yells, bro.
As long as I haven't broke out yet. Josh is the go. Why are you showing so much love? Hey, man.
Nice, Orlando. Nice Green Day for you, bro. On trades you posted on IG. Look. Did I get hacked? What's up, Diesel? Great guy right there, Diesel. Following him on Instagram. Amazing dude. Shout out my boy right there, Diesel. The market's choppy, bro. It's not gonna do much. You wanna go? We can go right now. We can go at nighttime too. Who are we trying to hit? Yeah, I did like yesterday. Alright, I'm down. So I guess we'll be back at 11. Alright, everybody, we'll be back at 11. God bless all of you. God bless all of you. Well, market's choppy. So just to recap what I bought. I bought Tesla shares and I'm holding SPY puts. This is all I did today. That's it. That's all I did. All right, everybody. I will be back at 11. Today I also want to do a technical analysis recap. So I just want to teach you guys a little bit of technical analysis. So I will be doing that later today. All right, so I'm gonna leave the stream on. I'm gonna leave the flow on, but I will not be back until 11. So about 2 hours. God bless all of you, and I'll see you in a little bit.
take chances. It's critical to get this done. Now, when we leave here today, I'm heading up to Chicago. You know where Tom's going? He's getting. He's heading to the airport when we get, and to solve some really big problems. They're going to see what actions we can take to increase fertilizer supplies globally and identify how we can work together to prevent export restrictions on food and agricultural inputs and bring more global production to market, which will stabilize prices and bring more certainty for our farmers and keep people from dying of hunger. You know, this bill's in other ways as well. My administration has been working to drive down the cost to farmers, and Tom mentioned it a little bit, and prices to consumers. To reduce gas prices last month, I was in Iowa, at a biofuel processing plant, and I announced an emergency waiver to allow E15 gasoline to be sold across America during the summer. It's an extraordinary effort, but it had to be done for this summer. E15 uses more ethanol on crops grown here in Illinois and elsewhere around the country, and it can reduce the cost of a gallon of gasoline at the pump by 10 cents per gallon. Every little bit matters. I know it's a big deal, and Robin is a big supporter of this, and she's pushing it in the House as well. Only 4 big companies, by the way, control more than half the markets for beef, pork, and poultry. Without meaningful competition, our farmers and ranchers have to pay whatever the 4 big retailers say they'll pay for their chickens, their hogs, and their cattle. These big companies can use their position as middlemen to overcharge grocery stores and ultimately families. Just consider this. 50 years ago, ranchers got over 60 cents on every dollar spent to produce the beef they raise. Today, they get 39 cents. 50 years ago, hog farmers got 40 to 60 cents for each dollar the family spent raising that hog. Today, it's about 19 cents. And as the big companies made massive profits, and the prices farmers receive has gone down. This reflects a market distorted by the lack of competition. So last year, I signed, one of the first executive orders I signed was that the competition, to make competition more available and level the playing field. And though through the American Rescue Plan, we're investing about $1 billion to help smaller meat processors expand their capacity, give farmers, ranchers, and consumers more options, and at better prices. Look, I'm a capitalist, but capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It's exploitation. It's exploitation. Folks, we can make sure that American agriculture exports will make up for the gap in Ukrainian supplies. In fact, during my first year in office, American agriculture exports shattered all previous records. $177 billion last year alone. I remind people, my predecessor did not come close. By traveling in our, we have to keep investing in our farmers to reduce the cost, to reduce prices to consumers, and have the most productive, most efficient farmers in the world. States. And I'm going to keep fighting for family farmers like Jeff so they can do what they do best. Hope Congress is going to join me. I know Robin's going to fight like hell to have it happen, and working hard to invest in farmers like Jeff and feed America and the world. That's what we have to do. Let me close with this. Look at the family farms like this one as a reminder of the bounty, beauty, and generosity of this nation. I know this, and you're tired of hearing me say this for the last 2 years. It's never, ever, I was in the Tibetan Plateau with Xi Jinping. I've traveled with him and spent more time with him than any other world leader has in China. And he said, he was talking about why America's a diminishing power. And I said, Mr. President, it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. No one's ever won betting against the American people. And I said, and by the way, you asked, he went on, and I said, can you define America for me? Just me and a translator, and him and a translator, simultaneous translation. By the way, I turned all my notes over to the State Department. But, what happened was, He said, can you define America for me? And this is God's truth because it's been quoted 1,000 times now. I said, yes, one word, possibilities. We're the only nation in the world that has come out of every crisis stronger than we went in it. Every single time, regardless of what it was. No other nation has done that. It's one of the reasons why in some places we're called the ugly Americans. We think we can do anything. We know we can do anything. We know. This nation leads the world. We stand up for freedom. We're the United States of America. And when we are united, there's not a damn thing we can't do. It's not hyperbole. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. Nothing. So I'm here to say, God bless our farmers. And I mean this sincerely. God protect our firefighters. And may God protect our troops. Thank you for what you do. America owes you. They owe you big.
In West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground, I get my spend most of my days. I was chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cooling, all working with some farmers outside of the school. Then a couple of farmers, they were up to no good. Started price fixing in my neighborhood. I got in one little price fix and my government got scared. I said, you're moving with your auntie and uncle to Ukraine. I whistled for a cab. And when it came here, ice in the mirror. If anything, I could say this cab was weird. I thought, man, forget it. Yo, I don't know why that song inspired that, but I was getting a little too hyped during that speech a little bit, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. So how you living? How you living? That was good. He was feel no javelina, javelina, you know. Man, it's crazy. I don't know. Did you hear what he was saying about double cropping? He said it's like extremely risky, but then he's like, we're going to give insurance to the farmers that practice it so that if the farms... Well, isn't the problem if we don't have the crops? Money really can't fix everything. It really can't. This is what they mean. This is what they mean. It doesn't fix everything. You can't just eat money. Oh. Well, you got an hour and a half left. We bounced there. I believe the, what's it called, is still clapped. The ARCA and the CBOE. Let me double check. Yeah, BZX has revoked self-help. So I think BZ's back up. But it's weird. People are talking about it. Brought to you by Tesla. Crops will fall in all but the most southern states. I mean, the problem is the subsidies would be great, and that means they're going to subsidize. Do you see why wheat's going up? More subsidies. Amex is still down, but ARCA's back up. Good. What about NYSE American? It's good to know. But wheat, because now pretty much think about it. Remember, we were talking about a lot of farmer stuff being subsidized. So it's at this point now, if they get more subsidies at higher prices, that means pretty much the government's going to be paying them even at this higher price. That means the cost of production is essentially going up. So that means, or like the break even that Sal talked about, I can see why wheat is probably moving off of that. On the insurance aspect too, it's pretty wild. Need an Uncle Answers break. Yeah, worry about Biden. I don't take breaks. They tell me to do something, I do it. That's how we got to this situation. They said inflation's gonna be bad. I said, here, sell the oil. And look, it's still bad. But then we sold more. So it's still worse, but if you tell me jump, I'm running. Come on. Hard-working Hummers. That's how I define America. Possible. Not freedom. Possibility. Huh? Yeah, me and Xi Jinping, we came to that conclusion. And Hummers. He likes Tesla, though. I don't know why. I said, have you heard of Mary? I said, let me introduce you to Mary. Mary, a barb, innovator. No, I mean, honest to God truth. Oh, man, I can't listen to it anymore. Because I could really put myself in his shoes and have a lot of fun. Honestly. Anybody need a javelin? No? Okay. Thought I'd ask. Didn't want to be rude. Possibilities. Self-help on GMEX and ISA. I think a couple of them have came back up, but something snapped here at the bottom. Literally, we're at the bottom, and then two of the biggest exchanges pull back for a second and start, refusing to execute the trades. Routing to ARCA has been resumed. Deer, that'd probably be related to the farming stuff too. People were making fun of it, even CNN, because they were like, Biden just went on a rant talking about like grain stuck in an elevator in Ukraine, stuff like that. But yes, it will be a very, very high cost. The good news is that you can actually store it, but getting it stored, transferred, and then like we talked